Welcome to our continuing coverage of 2 years of Mario Maker, a project consisting mainly of levels from 2017 plus a few from early 2018 that we'll probably not get to today. We are, I think, on level 36 out of 50 now, and the full list of level codes and descriptions are available on the website that is linked in the chat. And we might as well get right into it. Level number 36 is going to be Iron Man by Stoops. And the description on the website says, "No pain, no gain. Inviting players from across the globe to participate in a test of precision and perseverance. Do you have what it takes to endure the 4 one-screen challenges that await you?" Let's take a look. Okay, we have a key made of keys that we're probably not going to collect for any particular purpose just yet, so let's just continue. This room is all smiles. This is going to be pretty much a hub room. We're going to begin with the ice. And, oh, I see. It's this kind of level. Okay, just a series of on-screen platforming challenges, as the description said, but with the Mario Maker 1 limitation of not having to scroll and be locked on either side, which does complicate things just a little bit when it comes to reading my position accurately. Luckily, the margins here are relatively generous. You just need to be careful with the ice momentum, and eventually I need to make my way back, which I hadn't quite considered. Okay, that's fine. Compared to some of the precision stuff we get in Mario Maker 2, this is not too bad at all. Now, this drop here might be a little bit tricky. So that's 1 coin out of the way, except, do we have anything in terms of checkpointing? Let's see, because the pipes are not necessarily one way. Oh, yes, they are. Okay. So perhaps I do need to pass all 4 in one go, which is not something I had considered, especially because we're going to be a little bit down on time. I should have seen from the hub room that there wasn't going to be any kind of multi-checkpoint setup. You do need to do everything in one go, and that does complicate things slightly. Luca, welcome. Nope. This is going to be an issue. Not liking the look of this one, huh? That's okay, we need to do everything a little bit faster anyhow. Let's scout the other rooms first. It seems like the sensible thing to do will be to always begin with the most difficult one so you don't repeat too much content that is solved. I think you do need to drop slightly between donut blocks. That is the trick. Okay, that's a bit of a problem, but survivable, at least for the moment. I think you are only entitled to 1 power-up total, though. So, have to be extra careful. That room isn't too bad. I think the note block one probably is tougher. Let's check the one that is on the bottom left. Yeah, I have to be fairly brisk about this, of course. Anyway, this being Mario Maker 1, we're going to have the extended death. And document. You like this version of precision? Not that precise? But it's a small marathon. Yeah, I'm okay with it as well, because you actually have a little bit of headroom. Definitely feeling the time pressure, though. You wouldn't think it's very much, given that you have over, or about 200 seconds to start, but it doesn't mean I can't just calculate every jump that closely. Yeah, it looks like Firebar and Note Block are going to be the harder rooms here. Ice we've already passed once. Kind of blew it already. It shouldn't be that tricky if I'm careful. Okay, so theoretically we probably could go right away. It doesn't seem that safe to do it though, so let's... Oops. Oh, this is going to be an issue. Nope, overshooting slightly. Well, we could be here a while, especially because we do need to pass the other rooms after solving this one as reliably as we can. Going right away is actually going to be beneficial there. I mean, all of the fire bars are of an equivalent length, so the cycles are going to be synchronized. They will not necessarily be synchronized with the grinders, though, which seems to be the main thing I'll need to compensate for. Mang, welcome. And of course everything is back and forth. We need to make our way across. Forward and backwards. And it's pretty elegantly designed to keep the jumps interesting going both ways. In some places there will be jumps. Going the other way, they will be drops. And vice versa. This is going to be a problem. Let's go for this immediately if we can. We'll do the note block room next if we make it. Atlantis, yeah, this has a 0.48% clear rate when I checked. It does make it one of the lower ones in the project, and it is in a style that I'm not particularly adept at. Now, we have solved that going forward. Let's switch over to the note block one because I have not been able to do this in the forward direction just yet. So I want to scout everything out just to have a better understanding of what we're dealing with. This is all about controlling short bounces and high bounces. And not making those kinds of landings, if you can avoid it, or at least pulling back a bit on that one to straighten out. Yeah, some of these places you can just drop. Whoops, not quite. Okay, so we have to remember to pull back if we do land on a note block. There we go. Oh, it's nope, too high once again. I wasn't holding down jump or anything. It just naturally shoots you that high if you veer right off of that note block at all, so have to be very careful with that. But we will gradually refine our methods. And solve this one and the fire bar first. Not that the donut one is trivial, either. The ice didn't seem too bad, though. And given that that's the one that I have been able to do the coin collection on so far. Nope. Very difficult to get off of that. You have to get out of there cleanly, because you see, the problem I'm running into is that when I'm kind of landing halfway, the note block takes priority over the ground block. And so if I'm kind of landing a half tile over the note block, I do get bounced. I have to land really cleanly. As you can see, I did not do it there. This is a really tricky bounce. We'll have to eventually figure that out without damage. Or at least figure out all the other rooms without damage, so we can take 1 point there. Yeah, I have to kind of follow that blade up as it's going up. I'm pretty sure. Okay, there we go. I think I just need to land over the note block no matter what. I think I'm able to make it. I just shouldn't hit that note block at all because it complicates things too much. If I can avoid it. Nope, that's a little too soon when it comes to getting under. It is a little bit of a difficult curve there. You do need to crank all the way to the left and then curve your way up, I believe. So we'll see if we can manage that. Like I said, I should have overshot that. Yeah, this one might take some work for sure. That's okay, we had a fairly breezy time in the last stream when it came to most of the levels present there, so kind of overdue in this match for something on the tougher side. Nope, didn't manage to do it. Yeah, I really have to hug that wall on the left, I think. A lot of jumps that I haven't figured out in this room yet. Nope. However, if you do take damage, you can just kind of speed your way through. If you do that, however, you are kind of limited to doing that in one room. I'm pretty sure anyway. I have to remember if there's any difference in the power-up spawning logic in this game from Maker 2. Because sometimes there are some differences between the two engines that are still catching me off guard when it comes to things like room transitions. Like with objects spawning out of pipes, which is not an issue here. But just as one example. Nope. Completely missed that. But yeah, all the way to the left wall, that's the way to do it. Really have to push that wall. Yeah, maybe overshooting the note block is not going to work here. I need to consider alternatives. Unless I'm kind of going right off the edge of this block. Even so, not enough forward momentum. I think pulling back is maybe still the best idea. Pulling back and then falling in if I can. But that might take a little bit of practice on its own. As an isolated problem. Up we go. Whoops. Okay. Let's get over here. Nope. Yeah, still trying to figure out how to do that and slip under accurately. There is going to be a little bit of a curve coming out of that note block if I'm heading in that direction. Okay, there we go. That's much better. Overshooting is absolutely the way to do it. If I can execute that consistently, that will be the preferred method for sure. It feels so much better. And here we even have room to take a point of damage if necessary. Let's go off the edge though. That's part of the solution to space in this level. Whoops. No, I want to fall and curve all the way down to the one that's in the bottom right, the second one from the right. That is on the bottom row. If I fall towards that directly, that should be safe, and I should have plenty of room to curve down towards it. Oh no, not even close. Well, let's see if we can do the adjustment. Nope. Very difficult to do that. Yeah, in the YMM project so far, I think this is the only one that I've seen that is even remotely precision style, even if it is much looser than modern precision standards that are well beyond my reach. Electra Dude, welcome. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I really do need to start halfway on that note block. This is the only room so far where I haven't even made it to the halfway point of safely obtaining the coin, so still a lot of work to be done here. And then we have to do the whole thing in one go after that, so... Looking at the level count, I was originally hoping that I could do the rest of 2YMM in 2 streams. It might have to be 3, depending, so... But I should be able to stream a little bit more later this week. And hopefully not have an extremely late start the way I did today. Whoops, I was hoping to kind of land on that edge and bounce all the way over. I was close to doing so, but slipped a little too far. For my own good. Okay. Nope. That is a tough jump. We have done it successfully, I just haven't been able to reproduce it. And then curving a little too soon. Have to curve right and then left. Now we are going to be permitted 1 damage boost somewhere along the way when we do put all the pieces together. Damage boost is not really the issue with the donut block room though, or the ice room. It's going to be either this one or Firebar that is likely to be where I take a hit. Of course, if I could do the whole thing cleanly, that would be even better, but... Yeah, this room is definitely a little bit damage prone. Now, here we have the same spacing issue that we did with the note block earlier in terms of bouncing safely past it. I think I just need to run off directly. It's the exact same spacing issue when it comes to getting bounced upwards. And so we do need to figure that out. There we go. Nice high jump there, we'll do the trick. Like here, yeah, you just run off directly, and that is the solution. The thing is, we'll be repeating these often enough that it's important to find reliable methods. That's not a reliable method. Although it's currently looking like first choice for where to intentionally take damage. Okay, cleared that. Let's do Firebar next. I'm not expecting to get to clear this run by any means, but let's get some practice. All in. And that's 132 seconds on the clock at that point. That's fine if you're kind of budgeting 50 seconds per room. That's doable. But right now I still haven't sorted out how to do the note block room without damage, and so if we do take damage in one of the other rooms, like this one, that is going to remain an unsolved problem that we'll need to deal with sooner or later. Nope. This is going to be a slight issue. I think it is possible to go around when you run into those situations, but getting out of that block is still going to be an issue that I have to deal with going forward. Well, this is a bit of a learning run, so let's still do the donut room because that's the only one that I have not cleared in its entirety. Whoops. That did not last long. And also, at that point, I'm a little behind on time. As you can see, I was already down by about 60 seconds at that point, going into the second room. That's not really going to fly. The important thing about levels like this is to find consistent methods for things, so you can reproduce them accurately, and we should be able to do that for the most part. Okay, let's wait this out. A lot of this part is just gauging a height. This room is not too bad, actually. That was ill-judged. And thank you for the lurk, Player 42. Okay, let's try that again. We still haven't completed this in its entirety, so... let's try that. And just remember on my way back over that it's going to be a bit of a timing check. A very careless overshoot that time. Okay, let's stall. Let's just try to understand how to do the rest of this cleanly. That was too late. You do need to drop slightly on that one. I don't think you can run safely just from its starting position, so... some of the spacing here is pretty clever. Some things that look innocuous going one way suddenly become sort of a spacing problem by a one-tile margin on the way back, in ways you might be liable to miss. Okay. Same idea here. Nope, can't really do an adjustment jump there, unfortunately. Which means for a location like that, you pretty much have to get it right on the first try. Have to be pretty accurate. But if we find a good, reliable, no damage pattern for this one, like we were very close to doing, then I think the clear should not be too far off. mean, the firebar room will certainly take a few attempts. The note block room is easily the most damage prone right now, and so that's the one that I really do want to save a hit point for. But let's at least figure out the clear on this one first. Nope. I mean, it's not really even a problem-solving issue, I just failed to a fairly minor timing issue the last time around, so... We needed to at least scout this out for any complications, and we already have a complication. So... just have to be fairly careful. And, whoops, going to have the long death in the pit. A long, slow demise. Like the Wii U itself. Okay, down we go. No, nope, too high. That was a needless point of damage. It's okay, we'll just practice the rest damage list if possible. And just sort this out a little bit at a time. Still haven't passed this one. Maybe I'm being too complacent about this room, given that it seems mechanically much more forgiving than the ones where you're constantly dealing with moving parts. Yeah, it does require a certain accuracy. Oh, whoops. But yeah, obviously I haven't played 3YMM yet. It is sort of interesting that this is probably the only one I've seen, as I said earlier, that is anything even resembling a precision style. And the jumps are still fairly roomy, lots of margin for error, which, whoops, should have waited for that to respawn first just to get an eye on the target. I mean, it was doable on that first cycle if I really wanted to. But maybe a bit too much uncertainty at the end there. And the other thing that I haven't accounted for is that while we have solved all of the other rooms individually, I haven't been able to see how it all stacks up against time pressure. And that's potentially going to be an issue. Nope. Let's wait. But we'll think about cutting corners with time once I actually succeed in doing all this stuff. But yeah, despite coming very close to a clear earlier, maybe in terms of death count, the donut room is actually turning out to be surprisingly one of the harder ones. It certainly doesn't feel that way. Because the obstacles are so innocuous. Doesn't look like this should give you much trouble. But then you take damage like that and really have to rethink. I suppose the track shapes around each of the rooms are meant to resemble Zelda-style rupees. Whoops. No, waited too long, totally out of position. I was trying to do a bit of a momentum correction there, and that was a bad idea. Nope. Just trying to do an adjustment there, and I'm jumping too high. I do have to control the minimum jumps a bit better, actually make them minimal. It's been repeatedly a bit of an issue in this level. Nope, too high. Now I have to remember that if I do take damage, I should just gun it. Take advantage of the invincibility frames no matter where in the level I am. Okay. Okay, this I need to remember is a bit of a timing check. And that the donut drop timing is going to be important here. You can in fact try out a donut drop first, but then we're going to be a little bit short on time, I think. And then that's too far to the left. I have to go a bit lower there and also adjust my position such that I have a bit more forward momentum going off of that jump. I have not really made it that far into room before, so still trying to figure some of this out as I go. But yeah, you do need to stand a little bit off center and get some momentum. Okay, this one's looking decent so far. Let's not speak too soon, though. I spoke too soon. Yeah, I should not have to worry about the blade on the top left so long as I make an accurate jump to the next donut block. The headroom is not actually going to be a problem there. So long as I make a good landing instead of tumbling all the way down the stairs. As we just witnessed. Yeah, it seems like I made a good decision to stop where I did in the last stream, given that this one is something that I'd rather play at the start of the broadcast rather than at the end. Who knows how long it'll take to get it all consistent, but I think I've got most of it sorted out on an individual basis, room by room, jump by jump. A lot of it is just putting the pieces together. Nope. Okay, that was close. Almost died to the short bounce there, and almost died to the donut here. Now, we have taken a point of damage, which is a big problem because of the note block room. That indicates to me that the first thing I should do is the note block room, because if we can't do it without damage, we're sunk anyway. We're also going to be behind on time. So, can't dawdle too much here. Yeah, this part is the one that I've not been able to do without damage yet, and as you can see, timing is still a little bit off there, as well as my spacing going left. But anyway, we've solved everything else at this point, so let's now start with this room. And then we'll try to put all the pieces together, even though I haven't seen the ice room in quite some time. Yep. Yeah, if I take damage, I should just fall straight through. I may just have to intentionally take a hit there for simplicity, but let's go back and see. Nope. Not simplicity. Yeah, that's a very tough coin placement. Right there. Also, let me check one thing. Yeah, nothing is going to refresh on that power-up. I didn't expect there would be, but always good to be sure. In case I wasn't paying attention to something. That's looking a lot more tidy now. Nope, that's not. But yeah, one of the issues with that note block is that I am departing from its dead center and hugging against the wall on the right side. I need a little bit of space away from the wall on that last note block on the right, because I'm consistently too close on the horizontal axis. And then that was safe, the fall was not, though. The fall was inaccurate, and that was inaccurate. But we're getting closer to finding a good pattern for that, and then if I can do it without taking a hit, I'm in really good shape for the rest. There we go. So the question is, firebar next or donut next? But we'll sort that out once it becomes relevant. And I took a hit anyway, so... because of that, let's do firebar next, because that's one where it's really important not to take a hit. If I actually had an additional hit buffer, I might have considered doing donut first, because there the risk factor is falling into the abyss, much more so than taking damage. Nope, that's not going to be great. Whoop, bit of a close shave there. Ah yes, this is the spot where I couldn't figure out how to not take damage earlier. So that we actually need to sort out, because I don't have a damage list method for it yet. So maybe we should go firebar first until I've figured out a way to clean that up. Because at least one room between the firebar and the note block room will have to be damageless. Yeah, you just need to go quickly, in fact. Okay. At least I do have a method for it, so... Let's go note block first again, since that's going to be the more challenging one. And like I said, we haven't seen ice block in a while, but I wasn't terribly concerned about it when I saw it last. That kind of complacency may get me into big trouble. Okay, that's fine. Once again, let's do firebar next, just to make sure we do it damageless. And you can go faster on this spot here and skip that cycle. Okay, looking alright. Not looking alright. Doing good for time, though. At that point, we had burned through just a little over 60 seconds. We were almost through 2 rooms. At that point, I really should have had one additional hit still available, were it not for a pretty careless mistake early on. Nope. But yeah, just a matter of stitching it all together at this point. We've kind of had a proof of concept in every room. Let's remind ourselves what the ice room is like, because I haven't seen it in too long. And in fact, last time I don't remember if I did it damageless, so it's important to sort that out just in case. Yeah, let's make sure I have this room fresh in memory. No, a lot of it is just realizing where the time pressure is going to be in certain locations when I slip back and forth. Yeah, this room is generally not going to be a concern. Generally. So, yeah, no, let's go with the order we had before. Just get the potentially fussiest stuff out of the way first. Nope. Nope. Okay, firebar next. So you can do that pretty quickly and speed through to that location if you have a careful landing. I'm beginning to like that a lot more, in fact. It's a lot tighter to do it that way. The thing about playing quickly in levels like this is that it's easier to repeat the pattern that you're doing. Whereas if you're waiting, it's a little more difficult, I think, to replicate your waiting pattern for memory. And so if we can find quick methods for things, we should generally go with them so long as they feel consistent. Because the timings will feel a bit more natural if the level is well put together, as this one is. Okay, let's remember to go off the side of the note block here. With better timing than that, of course. Nope. A lot of aerial adjustment that we need to account for. All over the place. Gonna get here pretty quickly and miss. That was almost correct. Anyway, nice long death. Will bring us straight back to where we began. That was quite a slip there, but it works. If we can do this room damageless, we're in great shape. Okay, firebar next. Yeah, going quickly gets fantastic results. Oh, not so much there. That's okay, that's why we have a bit of a safety buffer. And we'll get out of there before we get whipped. And hit the donut room. There we go. Let's not get too careless now. That is what is known in the industry as a jinx. Yeah, too bad about getting whipped at the end of the firebar room that time. That was almost great. Okay, there we go. Making better and better time on some of these rooms, of course. That's very important. Let's remember to go fast. Works very well. Love that pattern, actually. Very smooth. Oh, no, same mistake. Just a very simple jump, very easy to overlook. And that's going to be a bit of a trouble spot that looks perfectly simple. It's a normal jump. And it's where I've been running into the most trouble right now. Oh, bumped my head. Let's do the firebar room first this time, just to practice that particular location. And of course, I haven't been playing perfectly with the ice room either. We need to... Whoops, remember that? Let's just take the death. Too bad a start to work with. We're going to go quite a ways off screen. All the way down. I suppose this makes this an honorary entry in the Tower Escape. Anyway, didn't take me very long to climb back up here, so... Okay, here's the deadliest jump in this level. There we go. Let's not get whacked by the firebar on this screen, that would be awful. It's really important not to lose to the easy stuff, that counts as losing to the easy stuff. That's okay, it was just that one jump that we had to fix earlier. Let's go back to Note Block first, just to get back to the routine I'd set up for myself. This is probably awfully overstating my confidence in the ice room, but that's okay. I've just been kind of assuming that the ice room won't be too much trouble. We're going to find out the hard way if that's actually the case. Nope. Awful. Well, no more room for error now. Like in this location, right here. That is a surprisingly tricky jump. Surprisingly tricky. You wouldn't think so, looking at it. But it is deadly. Yeah, I am getting better at this slightly. Maybe not on that attempt, but with a couple of corrections along the way, who knows? Okay, I actually did hit the note block that time, but thankfully just grazed it slightly. Oh, no. Awful. Okay, firebar next. I haven't died on that location before, but I might have been rushing things slightly, so... Just a lot of little things to sort out. Let's do the ice room first this time. Or next time, rather. I'm a little concerned that I just haven't reviewed it enough recently. Because we've hardly seen the ice room. We've passed it once, we've made one attempt on it since, pretty much. It is easy. That's no reason to ignore it, because I could run into a lot of trouble to spots like that on my way back through here later, and so it's kind of important that I have a good no damage pattern worked out for it. Now that we have fast methods for the outer rooms, it's probably a good idea to refine this one. Nope. Sometimes a little bit difficult to be consistent on the ice, though, so... do need to keep that in mind. Yeah, let's do ice first for a couple of attempts, just to save ourselves a bit of grief later on. Nope. Yeah, that corner is actually a bit difficult. Rather the right side edge when I have to make that turnaround. I have not been doing that cleanly at all lately, and so that's a pretty serious risk factor right now. Nope. Yeah, so that jump will have to be sorted out, because right now that has become the new regular damage location. Oh, whoops. Probably should have jumped that instead of trying to slip my way off. That's okay. We need to practice that room anyhow. Let's just do it. I have to really keep my tendency to do adjustment jumps under control. Nope. It is tricky to do that. You kind of need to land going right to left if you want to get out of that spot safely, and so we'll need to rehearse that a couple more times before I feel comfortable with it. Nope. Oh, that's okay. That's going to be a do-or-die test now. Nope. Yeah, you just need a good wide timing window for that. That was maybe a little bit gutsy. Let's not do that. Of course, I had already taken a point of damage that attempt, and so that was not going to be ideal anyway. Let's just classify it as a practice run and move on. Okay. Firebar next. Nope. Yeah, that just got too careless. Oh, whoops. In terms of rotating my decisions for where we're starting, it's just kind of based on general game feel for what I think is the biggest risk at a given point in time. Oh, finally got hit by the firebar at the door, just as we forewarned some time ago. That's going to be a blown attempt anyway, so let's just sacrifice it and get back into the action. Nope. Yeah, it kind of took a big hit to morale there as well, I suppose. And just threw it after such an embarrassing start. Nope. Okay, here's the deadly jump. Cannot believe that jump is that hard. That has turned out to be the trickiest spot in that room. By quite a significant margin. Like, none of the moving targets actually turned out to be that much of a problem after finding a good pattern. Yeah, Luca, I think you're correct about the duck jump. All the little things I fail to consider as somebody who's very much not a precision player. Whoops. Let's give that a go. I tried to duck jump there. I couldn't actually get the input sequence down correctly. Not enough room to kind of run into it and do the fireball motion. I mean, a Street Fighter fireball motion, obviously, not a Mario one. I mean, if I have the flexibility to take a hit here in the first place, that would be beneficial. But anyway, there's a solution. Let's go note block. Nope. Well, just need to do the rest pretty cleanly at this point. Whoops. Never mind. Still going to do fire first. I actually think the fire is a bigger risk than that tricky swerve along the drop in the note block room. Okay, we'll take it slowly this time since I fell away from my usual pattern. Whoops. Never mind. That's what happens if I fall away from my usual pattern. We can do a lot better than that. Nope. Same mistake. After you repeat a room enough, you start dying to all the stuff you had ignored earlier. Because it would be the parts that you were working on the least. And yes, Matt likes bread. We are in fact doing Mario Maker 1. We have been doing it on the weekday streams for a couple of weeks now. In January and February. Whoops. I mean, this level is not nearly as Maker 1 exclusive in any way compared to most of the ones that we played in this project. It seems like most of the levels I've played involved something that could not be remade in Maker 2. This one, just a few cosmetic things, but the actual platforming elements are going to be pretty familiar to any Maker 2 player. Whoops. But yeah, that's the thing that really struck me with most of the 2YMM levels that we have been playing. Also, can't really duck here. Yeah, notice, Luca, since we were talking about the duck jump earlier. That was possible with the amiibo costume, but when you are standard Mario, as you'll remember in this game, in the SMB1 theme, you do not actually have a crouch animation. Which is a problem, because it means that, hitbox-wise, you're actually at a pretty serious disadvantage if you have lost the Mystery Mushroom. Yeah, I thought that was the case and I'd forgotten about it because I checked the duck earlier with the costume intact. And of course, each of the amiibo costumes has its own unique crouch animation, which is what makes them so distinctive. Well, one of the things that makes them so distinctive. Each have a duck animation as well as a dash animation that is totally unique. I mean, at this point, it's pure consistency check. I do feel like I've figured out each of these rooms. I'm just not playing them very cleanly. Nope. But yeah, certainly one of the larger roadblocks so far. I think I actually do have more trouble with this style of level than I do with things like the barb platformers. Although, of course, in the context of the YMM projects, those weren't exactly Kaizo grade. The clear rates were lower in those, though, and on some of the other levels besides. Like, this has a higher clear rate than a number of the ones that we've seen and cleared so far. And of course, there is a pretty distinct skill set that allows some players to be very good at this sort of level on a consistent basis. It is not really my skill set, unfortunately. As we can see with that 1 point of damage already. So let's check this room because it is going to be a pretty serious risk factor. That drop on the right side. Okay, here's the moment of truth. Nope. I kind of hesitated and backed out at the last second because I knew that jump was not going to make it. It was too far dead center on the block. but I was not bouncing high enough to actually make it a correction. Because of course I was taking a minimum bounce at that point. Since anything higher would have launched me straight into damage. Okay, here we have to do this once again without being able to resort to the duck jump. Yeah. At least with the methods that I have down now, I'm no longer concerned about time pressure from the 200-second limit. Because when we play this cleanly, I've actually got plenty of time to spare. There's a big if, though, playing it cleanly. But yeah, knocking that room down to under 30 seconds is a pretty significant start. Given that early on I was worried about pushing 50. Alright, back in we go. Nope, this room has been getting a little bit sloppier lately, probably because I'm going for this fast method. Which I had done cleanly a few times, but getting to lose my touch. Okay, here is the moment of truth, and the truth was death. Yeah, such an innocent looking location in this room. And here we go again. We will have to master it eventually. Just grab those floating keys. I considered it at the very start of this level. That is what is known as bait. Okay, gotta recenter ourselves a little bit. I don't like my timing here at all. We're doing ice next because damage is more of a consideration there than it is in a donut room. At least I think so. Let's not speak too soon. Let's get out of here first. 1:15 on the clock. We're doing alright. Nope. No room to really adjust there, unfortunately. I mean, you can do a bit of a correction, but I know instinctively I tend to overcorrect and jump around a little too much, and the ceilings in this level punish that regularly. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Nope. That's okay, we'll just fall in immediately if I do take the hit there. That has actually become the worst spot for damage. Overall, I think, in any of the rooms. Yeah, the synchronization on the note block there when you do a minimum bounce is a little bit different than the cycle on the grinder blade on the top right, and so I have to be attentive to the amount of time I'm spending in that room, but at the same time, it is important to wait for the right opportunity in a room like that. Okay, here is the Death Zone once again. Nope. Just when I thought I had it. That's how these things usually go. Up we go. Let's not choke too badly here. We'll be doing ice next. 1:33 on the clock, pretty good time. Nope. Completely misread that. I was hoping to go instantly, I just misread the cycle. I still like my current order, though. In terms of mitigating the different risk factors when it comes to damage. I'm going too fast in that location. I should have waited a little bit longer. That was the correction earlier. That seemed to produce the best results. Here we're probably going to die. That is what is known as a counter jinx. Doesn't happen often. But karma has been restored. We can just fall in directly here. If we really want to. Bit of a close shave. Red Knight, welcome. Okay, ice next. Again, at about the 1:30 mark. Close one there. Now this turnaround has been a major problem. Let's not get complacent just yet. Very easy to get a bit overexcited when we have an attempt to actually get somewhere. What did I say? That's the kind of thing you say to yourself when you know you're about to choke. You don't exactly know how. Anyway, one bad attempt can really spoil a few after that, just to... you know, get yourself back on track. Dying to the most trivial thing in a spot we had not had any trouble with previously. That's how it goes. Whoops. But yeah, I think everything in this level can pretty much be remade faithfully with a fixed screen boundary in Maker 1. So in that sense, it's, as I said before, one of the most portable Maker 1 levels that we've seen so far. Might be at this a while. This is definitely one of the most time-consuming levels that we've done so far. in spite of only consisting of 4 rooms. Sometimes you get off to a good start. Okay, here's the death zone right here. Nope. Alright, let's do the note block room, see if we can manage. You can fall directly. I'm not going to do it this time. It's going a bit better than it was before. Oh no, I knew halfway through that was a little bit late. Sometimes you just get up into the air and you just know the landing is not going to stick. There we go. Okay. Hey, we made it. Will I make this? Nope. But yeah, we can just clean up little bits of damage like that. I'm in significantly better shape. And that is why I'm doing these rooms first. Most potential for chaos. Haven't seen a donut room in a while, actually. That might be a problem. I need to practice it again so it's not too unfamiliar on future attempts. Okay. Wow, okay, that was unusually high. Making good time that time at least, but that doesn't help you if you're taking so much damage along the way. Okay. This is feeling a lot better. But we still don't have this section clean yet. Okay, in good shape. Let's do this. Of course, by the time we get to the donut room, the risk is far greater when it comes to actually falling into pits. Whereas in the early rooms, damage is the main thing I'm worried about. Nope. Yeah, until the last 2 attempts, that was not giving me any trouble, and now we have a new trouble spot. Ice next, since that is the most damage sensitive at the moment. 120 seconds, not my best, but probably enough to work with. Okay, here's the hardest part. There we go, just needed to make sure I get enough of a reversal there. One more to go. 94 seconds. Okay, lots of time. No room for damage, though. So we have to be pretty cautious here. Can't get too thrown off by the music. Oh, whoops. Could feel I was overshooting that one just from jumping too early. Well, that's what happens when a room like that is out of practice. That was the best attempt yet for quite a long time, though. In terms of a lot of the other trouble spots sorting themselves out. Okay. Straight down in the middle and through for once. But yeah, we can get through these two rooms with no damage. I'm in significantly better shape. Nope, too close. Yeah, because I don't think I've ever actually gotten through both of these first two rooms together with no damage. Individually, yes, but not together. Ice next. Okay, let's leave enough time here. Nope, not enough time. Yeah, you need to buy a fair amount of time to change direction on the right side column. That's the only way that room will happen. Nope. Oh, this is going to be a disaster. Let's just scrap it. Best to scrap that and try again. Whoops, that's the up motion when you missed a door with this amiibo costume. Nope. Once again. Okay. Getting out of there only partially scathed. No room for error here, though. Yeah, let's not get complacent about that location after dying to it twice earlier. A lot of spots that look perfectly innocent become quite a bit worse when you try to rush through them. Like I said. Yeah, I probably shouldn't rush through that location, but the thing about skating on ice is that I always have this temptation to do my adjustments using jumps rather than just going directionally, and so that leads to some issues when you have low headroom. Whoops. Getting careless. And yes, Lantis, that is exactly the correct signage for the kind of thing that's happening here. Nope. I knew that was a slip coming. Yeah, so we've had one really solid attempt where I was on 3 coins and most of the way through a final room. That's as close as we've gotten. And I know that I have enough of this figured out to do it. It's just a lot of consistency issues along the way. Especially in this spot. That one feels like a massive threat every single time. It is something that throws you off a bit, I think, coming from Maker 2 to come here without scroll stop. Like, you are required to make a different series of mental adjustments just with the camera flowing with you like that. Nope. Too soon on that. I can actually wait a bit later for the fire bar to come out towards me. Okay. Finally getting some of the old methods back, at least up until this location, which is going to be murder over half the time. Don't have a very good success rate on that spot just yet. And like we saw earlier, I am kind of out of practice with a donut room at this stage, which early on was a tough one, so let's not take that for granted. Nope. I do tend to have trouble with cyclical timings that are sort of at a long distance, you know, in terms of having to calculate both my travel distance to that spot as well as watching the rhythm of whatever is cycling around. Always a bit difficult for me to add those two variables together in an intuitive fashion. Like, it's one thing to make a long jump, one thing to work around a moving target, and another entirely to do a fairly lengthy jump towards a moving target. Or rather, trying to avoid one. Okay, forward we go. Let's go left a bit here. Too close for comfort. That's maybe the only time that I've died to that specific jump. It had dangled there as a threat for some time, but these things happen. Let's do donut first. I'm a little uncomfortable with how long we've been leaving it lately. We just haven't seen enough of it in the last many attempts. Because I had written it off as something not too damage dependent. I know. And as you can see, that's not entirely the case when you were going to be that careless. I know. I wanted to jump a smidgen before that just to make an adjustment and left it just slightly too late. So let's start with a donut room for a few attempts just to have a bit of a change of pace. And to make sure we don't run into too much trouble with it due to forgetting the details of how I was approaching it. Okay, that felt too close. Nope. And yeah, we had trouble with that previously as well. That particular drop. So let's just take a bit of a break from the other stuff and try to do the donut cleanly again. It's just been far too long. Okay, much better. Okay, that's clean for once. Let's not die to the donut block, that would be awful. Nope. Not looking good. Okay, this bit here. Is a problem I wanted to solve. I'm glad we got that one out of the way. Okay. No block is actually starting to feel like one of the better rooms, just from practice. Nope. That's okay, let's just try to do the other stuff cleanly, back in the original order. Just ordered in terms of risk. Yeah, we're about an hour and a half in. This is actually probably the hardest 2IM level for me so far. So Mario's just going to savor the moment and take his time falling down every single step. To symbolize how I've let him down every step of the way. Okay, there we go. Okay, here is the spot. And that's why it's the spot. Yeah, that was a little out of my usual alignment. Maybe getting a bit impatient there. Felt like I was a little behind my usual timings, but it worked out. Okay, let's not cheer this just yet. We've got lots to go. Lots and lots to go. Many bad things can happen. Okay, let's be extra careful about this spot as well. That was giving me some trouble. Nope. Sometimes you just know the timing is not going to be right. But 120 coming out of this room, that's not too bad. Donut first. Just as a risk assessment here. Nope. Well, pressure's on. Let's do it first. Have to do this cleanly. It's just not familiar enough from lack of attempts. Which also means that I don't have a good fast cycle for this room. Really can't afford to take damage given that the firebar spot in the top middle of the firebar room is still going to be a risk every single time. Can't always tell if I'm going to make that one, so... Okay, yeah, going right away like that tends to work if you have a good read on the one moving side to side up top. Nope. Should have been able to tell that was not going to fly. Okay, firebar next, because if we can't get it, we can't get it. Getting a little bit dicey in here. Okay, here is the moment of truth. Well, that's why we usually do firebar first. That exact location. Nope. Haven't even thought about any kind of potential cake location in this one. But we'll save that problem for later. Nope. Always that location. Let's do donut next. In general, as with the ice room, I'm not too concerned with jumps here, but there's a lot of room to die to carelessness. And just poor instinct. Since there are a few things here that don't allow for a lot of error correction on the fly. It's a simple room, but you really have to commit to every action you're taking. Much more so than in most of the others. Developing a sense of consistency over rooms like this is very satisfying, though. I mean, I say that a lot about no checkpoint levels. And it certainly still holds true here. Okay, let's wait this out. It's to jump back here that's going to likely cause the biggest trouble. Okay, that was a save. That was very nearly a problem. I was about to say, let's not do anything silly, and of course I'm just going to take damage on very first jump, a location that I've never had any trouble with before. Yeah, I really can't afford to do that. I needed that point of damage to remain available. I often don't have a good sense of how people even develop precision as a skill set. It's not really just practice. You do need a very good sense of mechanics and reflexes in terms of having consistent control over just the depth and length of every button press. So it's not just about practicing individual obstacles, but you know, having a really good physical sensitivity to inputs. Which is why I think a lot of players, including myself, do find a lot of precision to be totally inaccessible, because, you know, you either have the bodily mechanics to handle that, or you don't. Which is true of a lot of tactile things in video games, but it's certainly the case here. And this isn't particularly punishing, this one. Nope. Yeah, I think this is turning out to be easily the hardest YMM level we've done so far. Red Knight, unfortunately, that was not the run. That's okay, that one doesn't count. We'll give it a mulligan. We'll redraw into it. Okay, going to miss the first cycle here. That's okay, we'll just adjust cautiously. And adapt. That was a poor adaptation. Luca, I don't think I got even nearly far enough for that to qualify as a jinx. Like, for a jinx, you need to be reasonably close and feel like you have a chance. That time I just tripped up right out of gate. So, that doesn't even eat into the jinx budget. Practically counts as a loss by disconnection, where nobody has any MMR loss or gain. Okay. Yeah, sometimes the first cycle works pretty well there. That time it kind of felt like the bounce wasn't going to go. Sometimes you can just tell as soon as you make contact. Okay, there we go. I have a very clear intended pattern at this point. This obstacle is tricky because it's nothing to do with timing whatsoever. It's 100% spacing. Because timing, broadly, has been sorted out. You saw Panga get one of Luca's levels in Endless. I feel like Luca mentioned that, but I don't know if it was a recent one. I've played all of the recent ones, so it's probably something I would recognize. Nope. Well, gonna have to be extra cautious from this point, but very close shave there, a very close shave there as well. And what are we doing? Let's do Donut next. We're here. Let's not overthink it. Castle Day and Night one. Yeah, that was the one you knew about previously, right? Whoa, no, the timing was totally off on that one. I didn't expect to actually make that landing. Also, the panic music after 99 seconds does throw me off slightly just from the... Not necessarily the tempo rushing you necessarily, but just from the lack of familiarity with it. You know, you kind of have some of the sound cues fade into the background when you repeat a room for long enough, and so even these minor differences can disrupt one's concentration. Nope. And yeah, Red Nye, as you probably know yourself, Luca's creations lately in Maker 2 have been, in some cases, literally on fire. I mean, there was one that was on ice, but the last one was definitely on fire. Okay. Let's not slip too much. Don't want this to turn into a single level stream. I was hoping to get through a somewhat larger batch today. That's okay, I can probably stay a little bit longer today, after having had a really late start to begin with due to a couple of outside factors. Nope. Oh, I should have just gone for it at that point. I'm taking damage in a spot like that, I should just gun it for the coin and effectively skip the troublesome part. Nope. Yeah, we'll get there. Eventually. Just a lot of minor issues. And something that piece by piece I know I can do. Yeah, certain spots have been pretty rough. Okay. Let's get over here. Nope. Really difficult to control that jump. Oh yeah, I guess I haven't been doing the duck jump there for a while. With the costume on. What kind of Mario is this power-up? It's just a silver Mario, there's a gold one as well. Silver and gold variant. I'm not sure it's a reference to anything in particular outside of Mario Maker. It might be. But if it is, I can't quite place it. Whoops. I've seen it used as a reward in some locations. In some levels, you get the Silver Mushroom, or the Silver Mario rather, as the second best secret, and the gold one to reward you for the best secret. Back when finishing with a particular look actually mattered because you could prove your completion of a certain secret or a certain state with a screenshot of the goal on Miiverse. That has of course not been the case for many years, and now, as some of you may know, they have a timetable for retiring the eShop on 3DS and Wii U as well, so services are starting to go down bit by bit, although they've promised for the time being that the online play is going to be available past that point. So Maker 1 won't be affected just yet, past all the stuff that's already been disabled. It's kind of strange that they would disable uploads for Maker 1 that early in its lifespan, though, given how much longer it has taken to sunset some of the other online services. If you think about it, they pulled uploads in Maker 1 well in advance of pulling anything else, and you have to wonder what the rationale is for that. Can't have been that much of a burden. But here we go. Yeah, I have to kind of slip your way onto that block. That's the difficulty of targeting that jump. Okay, thought I wouldn't make that. I actually did make contact with a note block on the left. Just thankfully with enough space to work with. Haven't done that cleaning in a long time. Let's not squander it. Donut next. The donut room does have the greatest risk of falling into a pit, so... don't want to mess with that too much when I still have the ability to take 2 hits. Okay, let's not get a little too messed up by the panic music here. Okay, not great. Not great, that could have been a fatal mistake, but we'll find out. Whoops. Okay, this part is always a concern. $60 seconds. That was a choke. That was a choke. That is when you reach into the freezer and stuff all the ice cubes down your throat. That is a choke. Oops. And it wasn't even down to that last bit on the ice. The thing that was really at fault there was taking the needless hit coming out of the donut room in a location that is totally trivial. I blame the donut room for that more than I blame the ice room. I should not have taken a hit there. Okay, good. Skipped that block completely. Okay. $128. We are at about the 2-hour mark, almost, on this level. Was well established by now as the one that has taken me the longest. I'm pretty sure in either 1 or 2 YMM. Wait until we see the secret cake room. I actually don't assume that it will be much of a secret, like an entire zone in itself, given that the sort of cake baking meta wasn't quite in the same place back in the early projects. Okay. Didn't like any of those timings. Could just stall there forever, but every timing there felt dreadful. Okay, 120 coming out of that room again, that's fine. We'll get into the panic music by the time we're out of here, but we just need to not be thrown off too much by that. It's only been on the last few attempts that I started choking at that spot. That's the thing about these levels, you repeat things long enough, and you get to the point where eventually every spot has killed you at least once. Every single one, even the most innocuous, innocent-looking ones that you would have to go out of your way to trip over. Well, some things I'm virtually doing by muscle memory at this point. Other things, not so much. That particular death was deserving of that special soundtrack. I feel like it earned the long death. Merlin, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. We've been on this level for 2 hours. It consists only of 4 rooms, 4 screens, and it is not even that hard, but I've been choking pretty badly. Now you say that's a lot of time, but I remember putting in just as much time almost on that one 3D World boss level of yours. And actually that Koopaling boss rush you made a while back, that took me ages. So, not unprecedented to take 2 hours on a level. This is the longest one for me so far in 1 or 2 YMM though. Back here in Maker 1. It has been the hardest one for me so far. That's how you can tell I'm not a precision player. Nope. I'm glad you think I have a lot of patience. I mean, only if I'm actually enjoying the level, right? It has been satisfying to figure out good patterns on this one. It's just that there are a lot of different things to trip over on any given attempt. A lot of different mistakes that are all very punishing. Who would like to keep playing something non-enjoyable? Actually, I see a lot of streamers do exactly that, so I suppose that makes them masochists. And I guess there's a certain audience appeal in seeing that in action. No, it's been pretty satisfying to get the patterns down in this. Gradually. Nope. That one was a disaster. One of the worst attempts in that spot in a long time, in fact. After having gotten it into a reasonable shape over the course of much learning. Yeah, we've had a couple of attempts get really close, where I've died to the 4th out of 4 rooms, in whichever order I've chosen. Nope. let's just go right away. It's one additional timing I just don't want to have to think about. If we can do it automatically, that's going to simplify things in the same way that for the firebar room I have a fairly automatic start at this point. Just have to reduce a certain degree of mental decision-making labor so we can get to the bits that require a bit more attention and energy. Nope. That's okay, we'll just skip that part and pretend that we took the hit there instead, like we usually do. Your super world is coming together really well. That's good to know. Hope to catch up on it soon enough, depending on when you finish it and when I finish up with a lot of this Maker 1 stuff that I've been running. Whoops. No, total disaster. I'd be very surprised if this run came to anything, but let's practice it anyway. Just to get some of these spots out of the way. Merlin, I don't consider you a slow builder. But then I say that as somebody who only published one thing in 2021, and I haven't made anything since then. In fact, haven't finished anything, rather. But streaming has actually taken a lot of time away from building for me, because I spend so much of my Mario Maker time just playing these days that I don't really apply what I learn to the editor myself much anymore. And I would like to. It would be nice to spend more time building again and finishing some things, but one only has so much time. Because there's a lot of stuff in the game that I feel like is still not completely explored, which has a lot of potential. Won't go into that too much here, because I'm trying to think about Maker 1 mechanics instead, but as I've often said on this stream, I think the main issue with Maker 2 is that there would be a lot more room for research and discovery if Nintendo did not aggressively delete so many things. And I felt that especially going back to Maker 1, where, yeah, Maker 1 also had some glitch-related deletions and such, but also just a lot of other tech that was allowed and never really acted upon. That's very similar to the stuff that does get deleted in Maker 2, and I find that extremely unfortunate. Do I have some builds in CoreSpot that I've never published? Yeah, I've got a lot of stuff that is in a partial state of completion that just needed, you know, some bug fixing, some polish, etc. Up to, say, 70 or 80% complete, let's say. You know, just some things that I need to go back to and look at carefully at some point. In some cases, it was an instance of a level where, you know, there was just some fundamental issue with it that I couldn't get around, and where if I went back to it with what I know now, I probably could fix it, but with a lot of redesign. Like, basically, to salvage some of the concepts that I had, I would have to do a big rebuild, and I just haven't had much time to deal with it. Yeah, the black hole glitch, lots of stuff was crazy in Maker 1. Lots of stuff. Not so much in this level. This level is one of the only levels that I've seen, as I said earlier in the stream before you came in, that can pretty much be functionally recreated straight up in Maker 2, which is not the case for most of the YMM levels. A shocking amount of the tech in the 1 and 2 YMM levels cannot be replicated one-to-one. Much more than I expected, in fact. Whoops. I am beginning to slip a little bit on this one. Well, it's a roadblock. We're not getting to the rest of the project until we clear this. I had such high hopes for today. I thought, well, we've gotten ourselves into a good pace. Let's... Whoops. Play through the remaining, what is it, 15 courses in a span of 2 streams. That'll be easy. It's going to require more time than that. So we'll see if I even manage to finish 2 YMM this week, which was my original target. Because I want to get to 3 YMM, and after that, I do want to do some other Maker 1 content as well, and catch up on a lot of Maker 2 puzzles that I've been missing, because Maker 2 has been undergoing a bit of a puzzle renaissance lately, thanks to a lot of contest levels on multiple streams. And I've kind of been missing out on that, despite how much of a puzzle player I tend to be. But I really couldn't put off doing Maker 1 any longer. It had been a project I'd been talking about for quite some time to go back to the first game, like I've been doing. I'd already delayed it by several months before I started in January. Yeah, that's the Mario Maker experience, just feeling like you're constantly drowning in content. Really do have to pick your battles after a while in terms of what you do or don't play. Or you could run viewer levels and let everybody else pick for you. Nope. Once again, I think the music change slightly threw me off there. That was unfortunate. That's happened a few times now. And that was one of the better attempts I've had too, in spite of the fact that I had already taken damage by that point. Okay, this part at this point is more or less automatic. Main risk is just this spot here. I felt a little bit too close. Okay. Let's not count our chickens before they've been hatched. I say that kind of thing when inside I'm mentally counting the chickens before they've been hatched. When I'm telling myself not to make a certain mistake, you can bet that I'm actively thinking about making that mistake. That's usually how it goes. It's something that you don't necessarily pick up on about your own playing habits unless you speak into a microphone like I do when you are in the middle of playing, which is not the case for most players. Something pretty unique to the streaming experience, which is why streaming always feels like it's taking a few IQ points off of you as you play. I'll answer your question in just a bit, Merlin. I need to try to focus on this attempt while it's going well. "50 seconds, let's not rush it. Okay, one of the few attempts where we've actually picked up the key. And of course I'm going to miscalculate the ice momentum. Merlin, do I know if Nintendo kept counting courses like 1-1, 1 tower, and then 1-2? Yes, Merlin, the first of those is how it continues to work in games that are newer, like in NSMB, that the fortresses don't count towards the course number. Because in NSMB-U, I know for a fact that the fortresses, castles, ghost houses, etc. Have their own icon, and are just designated by the icon. Whoops. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Anyway. Whoops. Just from a pure sort of project curation perspective, I kind of wonder what level is going to come after this one, stylistically. Because, of course, there was quite an effort with every YMM to order things to maximize variety, both in difficulty and style. The one before this that we had played last time at the end of the previous stream was the underwater level with the really cool Wiggler boss. And yeah, just a night and day difference from this one where the previous level was extremely thematic. This one is very much pure semi-precision platforming. Just a lot of no-frills dodging. Nope. Definitely slipping. Well, I will try to stay long enough today to complete more than one level. But maybe I shouldn't say that when we haven't even completed one. Nope. Getting sloppy. Getting very sloppy. And I know I can get it done. I have proven it room by room. It's going to be in a third room where I have to be careful about being distracted by the music change, no matter which room I pick. It is going to kick in with the next one. So I do need to anticipate that. I get two thrown off. Whoa, close one there. Close one there too. Whoa, okay, no. Spending way too long adjusting. There, in some cases I'm just a little surprised to land safely at all, and so I've been stalling a bit too long going into the next platform. Some pretty spectacular chokes. Of course, that attempt I took damage on very early, so it could have gone better anyway. Nope. That location started to cause trouble recently. And only very recently. Okay. I'm gonna speed through this room. $140, one of the best times we've had so far up to this point after 2 rooms. Okay, let's not slip off here. Oh, wow, okay. I was just trying to adjust there and center my position. Merlin, go for world record? Unlikely. In this game, it doesn't show you the world record at the pause screen. No, it doesn't. Well, when we exit, we'll see it. I will be nowhere close. I don't think. But historically, it has only had about 100 clears, even after all these years. I may, in fact, have lowered the clear rate by this point. Nope. What was that? Yeah, considering how well we did with the rest of this room, that was a very unfortunate blunder right at the start. We'll almost certainly pay the price for that. Getting here at around 140 again, though, so doing okay for time. Wow, okay, that was far too close. And I was already thinking ahead a little bit. I mean, I was thrown off by the fact that I nearly died there, and I know that the exit to that room gives me trouble, and so that was a bit of a collapse. Yeah, Merlin, it's interesting how easily we can forget that there was a time when we couldn't boo levels. I rarely boo levels, though, because I do almost all of my playing in Maker 2 on stream, and I don't really tend to boo things on stream. Even if they are terrible, which is not often the case, because my viewers are such a competent crowd in general. anyway. Let's get up here. No, in Maker 2, I've not been very aggressive with the boo button. I think when I was first starting Maker 2, maybe I was, when I was playing entirely off-stream before I had a capture card. Meng apparently still believes it's opposite day. Whoops. And yeah, Merlin, it's a very sort of positive mutual relationship. You know, people get feedback on their levels, and I get to play better and better levels as they improve and practice and work on their craft. Also, I mean, I learn a lot from the experience because as somebody who doesn't build very often, I'm kind of picking up things about level design all the time from people who are quite well practiced at it. I think that was part of the original intention of streaming so much of this game anyway, and streaming Maker 2 rather, was to just see better levels and see a lot of things that I could apply to my own building, and then of course I just didn't wind up building that much because I'm playing all the time. Yeah, but I think the original intention was to try to learn more of what was possible from a construction perspective. No. I didn't feel good about this attempt anyway, just given how badly I did on the previous segment. I really hope I can finish this today. Okay, I missed the first cycle here, that's fine. We'll get back on track. Nope. I've really been overshooting that one a lot lately. But yeah, I find level design to be a fun subject in general. Considering how many people do it, and how many people work on either Mario Maker or on video games professionally, I feel like there isn't a very good shared vocabulary for people to talk about things like level design yet. You know, like a really good body of theory behind it, despite a lot of efforts to kind of do that and teach it. And so one of the nice things about having done a lot of discussion about level design on this stream is that I think you gradually do kind of establish a terminology for various things. Just one moment. Whoops. Really getting thrown off here, though. Merlin, you thought your traditionals were too difficult? Well, I mean, you know, it's a matter of what you're aiming for. There's nothing wrong with doing a hard traditional, but it kind of depends on whether you're satisfied with how that fits into your overall Super World plan or intended audience. And I think that's one of the hardest things about building is that it is very easy to underestimate the difficulty of your own creations by not seeing what kind of assumptions you're making about the way that people will play it. I am beginning to slip here. I'm getting worse and worse at this. Well, we've only had, what, maybe 2 or 3 attempts that got me as far as picking up the key. Been dying to a lot of other things in the interim. Nope. I just knew when I was in midair that time that that would be a miss. And yeah, Merlin, it's a good thing that you've built up a good sort of level submission relationship with a lot of excellent streamers. Because I find that unless you have that context of kind of a direct interaction with the Maker, it is very difficult in Maker 2 or in Maker 1 to kind of motivate people to think about secrets hunting in the same way that they would with a Nintendo game. I think that's one of the harder things to adapt to in something like Mario Maker, is that even if you copy a lot of Nintendo-style design principles and learn from them, the players don't actually have the same incentives to think about your levels the same way. Like, you don't necessarily have that same kind of trust unless you've earned it individually as a maker and they know who you are. And so much of level design is about how much you trust a designer, right? Okay, let's do this. Okay, music's gonna pick up. Yeah, I just needed to kind of relax in that exit there because that has consistently been a problem, those final donut blocks. Whoops. 73 seconds, that's plenty of time. Don't need to panic. No need to panic. Merlin, you already need to go? No worries. Didn't clear a single level in front of you. Or in front of anybody today, for that matter. That was really an awful way to die on the ice room. Can't believe we're still here. Oh. So many things going wrong. Well, when this room goes smoothly, it goes really smoothly. Not always, but... it's been improving. Steadily with time. And then occasionally we take ceiling depths like that and everything just gets reset. That was pretty imperfect though. We should be able to get to that point without damage. I actually bet that to the extent that there's something like a cake at the end, the cake will be a reward for keeping the mystery mushroom the whole way through and being able to punch through a brick or something. That would be the sensible way to do it, as an extra reward for people who can actually do the whole thing cleanly with a no damage run. I will not be going for that, at least not deliberately. I'm glad I didn't commit to trying to do 100% cakes in these levels, because even though I've been picking up most of them, the ones that I've been missing have looked especially punishing. And I suspect that this will be part of that set, where you do need to be perfect to get the bonus. It only makes sense to me that it would be implemented that way. That was close. Far too close. Oh, come on. And we blow it at the very end. Couple of close shaves all over the place here. Yeah, even if you include 5 and 6 IMM, I think this might actually be one of the most difficult levels for me overall, which is surprising because it doesn't look like it would give me that much trouble. But it's actually taking me the longest out of almost anything. Like, it's getting into the territory of those bonus objectives, like the ones that I had the most trouble with in 6YMM. 6YMM, I think the hardest thing I did was the Muncher Wave cake, and this has arguably taken me longer. Game audio is choking. Thanks for letting me know. I will try to clear this room first. Because doing the audio reset on a Wii U might be a little tricky. I don't want to distract myself with that too much until I've gotten through a bit more, and then we'll fix it. I do have a way to fix it. It's just one time I tried it and took down the whole stream. So give me one moment. We'll see. Actually, it looks like sound should be back, right? Whoops. It should be back. Okay. Yeah. I guess it was just a momentary thing. I'll keep an eye on it. Let's not keep an eye on it for so long that I lose track of time or my place in the level. Let's go back. No, I did see that it was choking momentarily when you mentioned it, but I'm glad it's back without having to do any reconfiguration or unplugging anything. However, this attempt might be in trouble. Yeah, letting that last donut block sink and taking a bit of a risk there is actually okay. Okay, let's not die to something quite so silly this time. I'm out of practice with the ice room. I need to have a few attempts of doing the ice room first again, because I've had too many chokes there lately from forgetting what my intended pattern was. That seems a little too dangerous. One thing to keep in mind is that if I do this room first, the panic music will come at a different point than I'm used to. See, that's supposed to be an easy room. Okay, so the goal here will be to, first of all, try not to take that hit, and secondly, not be too distracted by the audio change that we know is coming. We didn't even get that far in the end. Let's do ice first again, though. Because it's been too much of an issue. Note block room, despite dying on it just now, has been less and less of an issue. Like, note block room is actually feeling like my most consistent now, despite the difficulty of some of the positioning. Whoa, let's be careful here. Nope. I died there once in that spot when I had the key. Yeah, that was just a choke all around, so... Nope. Disaster. Taking a hit on the very first jump. Yeah, I really need to either take that slowly or pull back a little harder once I'm on the other side, because like that's consistently been a problem. Even though the first time I ran into a problem there was when I died with the key. All these problem spots that I didn't think would be problem spots. Nope. I cannot believe how much trouble this has been giving me. This is been vicious. Absolutely vicious. See, now I don't really play actual precision. Maybe even sort of light precision is giving me this many issues. Nope, I knew that adjustment was not going to work. It's a lot tougher than it looks, but at the same time you could imagine that people of a certain skill set, some players would be able to breeze through this in a small handful of attempts. Like, there is a definite skill set that allows you to just sight read this stuff and do it. But yeah, it's not my strength at all, so... Oh, okay. This is a death. Let's just not mess with that. Yeah, going back to the old order, I suppose, instead of doing ice first. That's because this spot here is still the one that is most concerning to me, regardless of the run. I mean, after a while, just for consistency's sake, I want the order to be as familiar as possible. I don't want to change it up too much at this point, as long as each room is feeling fresh and well practiced. We'll just stick to the order I've been going with so far. Okay. Let's see about this. Nope. I haven't made that mistake in a long time. I'm always a little conscious of it, but we've been okay there in that spot for quite a while. When I get to it in the first place, of course. Yeah, definitely just slipping in a very literal sense. Nope. That's okay, just need to find a groove again. There is a risk when you play levels like this for too long of too many things starting to go on autopilot. We'll try not to make too much of a mess. That drop is a bit of a thrill every time, but we've been doing it cleanly lately. For the most part. Considering how much trouble I was having with it early on. That has improved quite a bit, and of course we're just going to take a needless hit anyway to even things out. Make things extra risky. Nope, overshot once again. It's very hard to estimate that. I always expect I'm going to land up top, and then sometimes I just miss. But as we've discovered, I don't have very good sense of my jump height and the length of my button presses. That's one of the reasons I'm not really much of a precision player. It's very difficult to get my jump heights to be consistent. I just don't have that level of tactile finesse. Yeah, throwing it for the content over and over. It's a lot of content at this point. Much more than I bargained for. Okay. That was too close. But making good time. Okay, let's be careful here. Go. Okay. A lot of things can still go wrong here. Let's jinx it precisely at the right time. Yeah, the ending of that room is always a little bit tricky for me. So, I had to anticipate that in all the wrong ways. Okay, let's throw this one. That was much too rough a start to work with. Much, much too rough. This might actually turn into a single level stream by the time I'm finished with it. Which hasn't happened in quite a long time. Even with mega puzzles and escape rooms and such. That timing did not feel safe at all, but it worked out, so let's not complain. Okay, look at that wall. Let's get here with 2 hits remaining. And not fall into the abyss. Wow, close one. I was thinking, we're almost through 3 rooms with and the mystery mushroom still on. What could possibly happen? Well, we know the answer to that. At least I'm still capable of a decently deep attempt. It's not just going downhill at this point. It's mostly going downhill, but every now and then we have just enough of a tease to keep things interesting. Well, we've been very thoroughly wrecked by this, whether we clear it or not. I mean, I am going to clear it eventually, but that's kind of a condition of everything we're doing here. There will come a day. Ideally before the servers go down. I mean, I may not be anywhere near 100% on clears, but I am 100% on... Or sorry, on cakes rather, but I am 100% on clears, and I intend to keep it that way. No skips. No skips. Yeah, that's a really weird location in the top right of this room. Like, the timing never quite feels right visually, and then you kind of get used to finding a bit of a weird pocket there anyway. Too high. Yeah, jump height control, not my forte. It's partly because it's one of those things that traditional platformers, like professionally developed platformers, don't really train you in very often. In the same way that they never train you on anything like Kaizo tricks, for instance. You don't actually have to keep your head down in that many of them. Like, maybe in a game like Celeste, you have to keep your head down a lot, but for the most part, platformers, as a genre, err on the side of giving you a lot of headroom to work with, which is one of the sort of understated hallmarks of what it means to build in a traditional style, for instance, is that the traditional style tends to feel right with lots of headroom. And it's one of the things that people don't talk about explicitly that much as being a facet of platformer design, but it's kind of there. You can really notice the exceptions when there are low ceilings, like even if you look at something like Tropical Freeze, for instance, it's only in, I think it was K6, or 6K rather, one of the last K levels that really has you deal with a low ceiling at all. It's in terms of having spikes on top and bottom. And it stands out in that game because the game doesn't really do that to you very often outside of that. Obviously not the case with some other games like Celeste, of course, which have much more of a precision style requirements. And I'm way down on time this time. Getting here sort of with almost 30 seconds fewer than I usually do. Probably because of the extra caution I've had to exercise, as well as the extra talking I've been doing. That's okay, we'll make it. Time is not at all the problem here. Not even remotely the issue. With why I've been at this for 3 hours now. Which surprises even myself. This may actually wind up being a one-level stream when all is said and done, depending on how soon we can sort this out. As close as I've been feeling, we've actually had very few attempts where I grabbed the key. Nope. Very tricky location. I still like retaining my order though. No, I knew that was going to be off. Yeah, that kind of thing is starting to happen a little more frequently at this stage. This level is starting to get into the territory of how long it takes me nowadays to beat Metroid Dread. That is maybe a little shocking to think about. The record runs are much better than that, of course. The record runs tend to be way down in the low 1 hour zone. I've run Dread a few times at this point, and I've knocked it down to a little over 3. Not something I've been doing on stream. I've just been learning it very casually off stream. I'm temperamentally not a speedrunner. Requires far too much moment-to-moment precision of the kind that I'm failing spectacularly at here. Okay, not in great shape. Let's keep pushing. I've died to every conceivable spot at this point. Or so I think. There's probably one that I'm taking for granted somewhere that's just going to jump out at me at a exact wrong moment. The more I play this, the more I'm impressed with how well some of the obstacles work on a two-way basis in terms of the timings feeling very exact in both directions. Nope, didn't mean to hit up there. 100 seconds there. Going to have the music transition in the last room, which is time-wise the best I've done. Okay, quite a moment of tension here. Can we do this simple bit? This very simple exit. Can we make it up the pipe? In the door. And yeah, this was the bonus path here. We're not taking it. I am instead going to risk nothing. Grab the flag and reveal 2YMM. because this only took me 2 years to beat. Or so it seemed. That was absolutely brutal. But thank you for the GGs. Look at that, it only took me 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Wonderful. That 2 minutes and 30 seconds really flew by. 2 minutes and 31. 32 rounded up. Let's do some more. I don't want this to be a one-level stream. The next level. At long last. I'm also gazing at the artwork here in the main world screen. And yeah, that about sums it up. Mario looking very gleeful to have collected all 4 coins. But anyway, the next level is going to be Buzzy Driver by Soyomogi from Japan. Let's punch in the code. For those of you who came in at any point in the last 3 hours, by the way, after I started that level, level codes and descriptions are at the website. One moment while I punch that in. And do let me know if audio is fully functional or if there is any more glitching out as we go. I'm glad that problem resolved itself earlier. Saves me a whole lot of trouble. Yeah, the previous level was, what, 0.48 or something? I feel like I lowered that. I didn't take a good look at it, and it felt a lot harder than that for me because it was not my skill set. This is a 1.86. We'll see if this is actually only 5 times easier. I feel like it's going to feel much easier just as a change of pace, but let's not say that until we've actually played it. Buzzy Driver, very simple description. It says, you put 2 Buzzy Beetle shells in a cannon and a roller coaster is complete. Well, here's another coaster level then. Let's see it. Okay. Well, that's certainly telling me something. Okay, it's going to be a shell ride. Ah, okay. That's going to do a job for me. Coin trails will tell me what I need to know. Also going to be a fair number of coins here to collect, as I can see. A lot of pink coins. And Natcat, you're saying rest in peace to eShop. I didn't know that about the PS3, but I don't have one, so... Yeah, for people with a Switch, the eShop deadlines aren't going to be until next year. For people without a Switch, there is, or people who have not linked the Switch account to the original NNID account that they used for 3DS and Wii U, there is a limit coming very soon in terms of putting cash on the account from either a credit card or through an eShop code. Like, that is being cut off much sooner. One thing that I'm not clear on, which I think I'll have to ask about, is what this does for system transfers. Like, if I get a new 3DS at some point, which I actually have been considering doing for some time because I broke the circle pad on my old one, I wonder if the deadline on the eShop is also going to be a deadline on system transfers to a new unit, because that's not something I had really budgeted or planned for in the near future. And Suddenly there are all these considerations. There are a few things I want to pick up on the Wii U eShop before they go down as well, because one of the things that I had discussed with a couple of people recently, I know that both Kavik and Theorymon were talking to me about it, was the fact that Super Mario Advance for GBA, which is the GBA port of Super Mario 3, on the Wii U Virtual Console, it comes with all of the e-reader bonus levels that you originally needed an accessory for, and some of which were originally only released in Japan. And so I may sort of rebuy SMB3 just to grab those levels and probably stream that as well. Interesting muncher placements all over the place here. Anyway, the bomb is going to do what? 2. Nowhere to go over here. Okay. Let's keep going. Natcat, you'd have to get them on the secondary market. Pretty much. Or get some kind of existing stock. I missed out on the opportunity to get the new 3DS with the 3D stabilization and all that. And we've collected very few coins. I feel like I've missed one, but let's not judge that yet. Only 2 coins so far, really. Anyway, the indications on this level from the coins are very good. I missed that coin. Let's go back and get it. I don't know if I'll have missed a coin already, given that we're only on 2 coins at checkpoint. A lot of levels with 2 checkpoints will kind of go 3, 3, 3 plus a safety when they have 10 coins, but I don't know that for a fact here, and it could be that I have all the coins I need, except I missed that one. I actually kind of want to check quickly. It doesn't take too long to get past the first section, so I do want to start over just to be extra diligent about it. Otherwise, we'll have to go back here anyway, so let's check anyhow. But yeah, it's pretty satisfying to see a lot of these coin placements work well with the chomps. Very, very readable. Even with all these very dynamic interactions happening all over the place. Possibly I didn't miss anything. But I can't say I was paying that much attention, so... yeah, that one is a very interesting moment. And yeah, bomb isn't going to do anything with me here. Other than reveal the 2. So yeah, maybe I did get everything. Love this turnaround here, very nice touch. And yeah, 2 coins over here. Stay low. That's a bit of a thrilling moment there, with that chomp. Yeah, okay, I guess it is only 2 coins at checkpoint, so... that's okay, glad I checked. This was a simple enough level that I didn't mind redoing that, and we'll have to not miss this coin over here. A little bit tricky. Yeah, just a tiny little jump there for 4 coins. And we'll potentially have more happening. But yeah, specifically, Samus Returns broke my circle pad on my 3DS twice over. Oh, I missed a coin. Do I want to go back for that? Yes, I do. And that means I should have 6 coins coming to this checkpoint, and they seem all accounted for. I think this level is doable enough that I would like to aim for cake. Whoops. But yeah, one other thing I'm hoping to look into is the one of the DLC packs for NSMB2 on 3DS, which is not a very remarkable Mario game, probably the most forgettable Mario game in some ways, but the Impossible pack in that game is reputedly the most difficult mainline Mario 2D content that Nintendo has made thus far, and so I've always been curious about that. It is something that will become totally unavailable after the eShop discontinuation. I do feel like they're doing it too soon. It's on a very similar time horizon to the Wii U eShop takedown a few years ago. Sorry, not the Wii U, the Wii, rather. The Wii eShop lasted until about 2018, I think, which was a 12-year lifespan. And we're coming upon... Well, by the time we get to 2023, it will be about 12 years of the 3DS. And a little over 10 years of the Wii U. But it still feels much too short considering how this was the first generation with a lot of digital exclusive content. Notwithstanding stuff like the Virtual Console on Wii, of course, but in terms of, you know, having a lot of digital purchases being the norm. And also, especially with what I think a lot of people have brought up already, the fact that given that everything is, in terms of Nintendo's first-party back catalog, kind of in the subscription services nowadays, that it's very difficult to actually own a lot of their existing classics. Yeah, poor Wii U. I mean, I'm playing on a Wii U right now. I think it's always been a deeply underrated system. There's a lot of stuff here that should easily be ported to Switch, which has not made it yet, which I think we'll eventually make it over in some form. There's a lot of stuff on Switch right now that is conspicuously missing, and, you know, given the eShop takedown here, I think there's an especial imperative to get that moved over. Like, you would think the NES remix games, for instance, are extremely low-hanging fruit. They interact well with the games included on the online subscription. They act as a bit of an NES trainer in some ways. And yeah, Netcat, that's the thing, is that, you know, I remember early on in the Wii U's life cycle, they wanted to generate some faith in Virtual Console purchases by saying that, well, it's an account-bound system and everything. There's some possibility that Virtual Console purchases could just be taken into the next generation. And of course, they completely rethought that by moving to the subscription model with the Switch after a fairly long period of not really communicating what their plan was going to be. Yeah, the conveyor prevents the mushroom here. And it is a pretty big problem because, you know, in some ways, I still find the Wii U actually the best place to play a lot of things on GBA, for instance. Because you get a lot of freedom with the button remapping. It looks great on the display and on the gamepad. I returned to some of that quite a bit last year because the Wii U is actually sort of my main place to play things like the GBA Metroids now, for instance. Which I went over again right before Dread. So yeah, both Zero Mission and Fusion on this system got a bit of use last year. Look at that pipe that was pointing to the left. That looks really suspicious, like it was something that could be entered. In spite of the fact that we already have one notional secrets pathway here with the coin collection. That's an awfully suspicious pipe. I don't think I can enter that, though. I mean, theoretically I could press against it, but it's probably needlessly tricky. Yeah, a lot of fun setups here where you really do have to trust the coin indications. That is such a suspicious pipe. We haven't really seen any other pipe placed like that that looks like it can be entered. Which is why I think there's a high probability of Secret's placement there if we can make it. It's in a difficult location to reach, though. You have to be pretty exact about your landing on the shells. I'm going to try it a few times since we're right after checkpoint anyway, and it's still a nice break from that previous level. Yeah, no, I don't think so. The shells are just going to drag me too quickly. It's one of those things where if I'm really suspicious, I can just check it in the editor afterwards, but let's just not mess with it for the time being. Could just be an aesthetic thing, to make things line up neatly. Whoops. It is an aesthetic thing, I think, because the point of the blocks there is just to stop the blaster. And the pipe just kind of completes that. It looks so suspicious, though. There are a lot of levels where that would be a secret placement. Anyway, forward momentum is throwing me off a little bit here and there, and I'm just missing a bit of everything. Missing lots of coins. I think I missed that one last time. Or did I? 3 coins remaining? Yeah, and then 1 accounted for in just a moment. Wow, we actually hit a special block up top. And yeah, it's kind of giving you 2 YMM per section if you look at the text and how it's activated. And here's another exchange segment I really should have paid attention to. The coins there in terms of what they were signaling. But yeah, to go back to the subject of the Virtual Console on Wii U, one thing I'm really glad I picked up was the Wii Metroid Prime Trilogy, which is pretty exorbitantly priced if you want to get the physical disc on Wii. I was kind of surprised that Radiant Dawn, the second of the Radiant Fire Emblems, and the only one on Wii, is actually not on the Wii U Virtual Console. Which is probably why prices for that remain sky high, and for both of the Radiance games, in fact. Path of Radiance on GameCube and Radiant Dawn on Wii. Very coveted games, excellent games, I have played them. And the kinds that had really short print runs in a series that gained a lot of notoriety long after they were released, and so it was kind of a perfect storm of conditions for them to be ridiculously expensive and difficult to get legally. And no Wii release for that, though, which was no Wii U release for that, rather, digitally, which is surprising considering that a lot of the difficult to obtain rarities like Metroid Prime Trilogy, and originally Xenoblade before Xenoblade received the Switch remaster. They were made so much easier to obtain just by digital availability on the Wii U eShop. Very nice of them, I suppose, to have announced Earthbound and Earthbound Zero or Earthbound Beginnings, Mother, whatever you want to call it. Very kind of them, at least, to have announced that on Switch prior to what is it? Yeah, prior to announcing the closure of the eShops, because otherwise it would have probably been a bit of a rush to pick some of that up. Given that the sort of localized release of the original Mother has not been available otherwise. Anyway, 2015 to 2017. We got the secret. Here's this giant M to complete the 2YM that we've seen all over the place, and we'll take this ending instead. That went so much smoother than the last one. So much smoother. It's nice to beat a level again. Yeah, Netcat, that was such a tease in a direct to, you know, kind of give us Mother 1 and 2 and still withhold any kind of official localization of 3. I mean, I've had the fan translation sitting around as a ROM for a while. I might actually want to stream it at some point. And put on Mother 3, but it's very difficult to say how that's going to fit into my schedule with this year being absolutely packed. Both with video games and with stuff that is calling my attention outside of that. Anyway, let's keep going. The next level is going to be Excellent Wiggler Treats by Chapium. But yeah, that last level, coined indications were really the story there in terms of, you know, being able to read things cleanly and kind of take them on faith and have all these interesting shell movements just whip around you. I mean, shell rides are a dime a dozen nowadays, but, you know, that one was a pretty fancy example from all the way back in the first game. Here's Excellent Wiggler Treats. The Wigglers have taken over the forest of fruit. What they crave most is pineapple, a most excellent fruit. Mario must face these mischievous worms if he is to pass through the forest. World record by Dan the Tank, not the first time we've seen that. And yeah, pineapple exclamation mark. Look at the really cute Wiggler illustrations kind of wrapped around a pineapple on the main screen. Incredibly fancy pixel art. Oh, look at that, supernova pipes. But that's just the top of the pineapple, I see. Very decorative. And then, yeah, this is just more fruit. And that's going to be the extent of that. I guess we'll just go into the pineapple. Okay, we'll be tailed a little bit by this bullet. Let's not worry too much about it. Nice indication there to tell you that that is a safe location. This bit here reminds me a little bit of Green Star's Wiggler Train in 5YM. same kind of Wiggler track idea. Whoops. Yeah, I might not be doing too much more after this because despite my original ambitions for this stream, I did start extremely late today. And we took forever with that first level, so... Originally, I was just going to do 2 sittings with 2YMM this week. I might do 3 at this point. Just to make up for some lost time. But we'll see about that when we get to it. Whoops. Getting really sloppy. Whoops. Interesting to see how that one was hidden. Sort of like a worm coming out of an apple core. I don't know if that's supposed to be an apple. It's some kind of red fruit. It looks like it should be. Yeah, it totally is supposed to be a worm in an apple, I think. Okay. Let's go down. Pretty wormy pineapple, as we can see. And then we'll get through here, and eventually we'll be able to get to this POW, which is going to pop everything. And we'll get out of here. Yeah, very thematic level, but pretty interesting platforming setups as well. Just with a very strong aesthetic sense to it, which is, as you can see with these stacked pipes here, much more flexible in the first game than in the second. Nice use of the Wiggler as the mushroom check. Just to be particularly thematically on point for a function for which most people would just kind of casually throw in some spikes or a grinder. Okay, have to be careful with that. But yeah, I think the Wiggler as the mushroom check after the checkpoint is a particularly clever touch. Yeah. Once you launch the Wiggler, it's going to go up, and then I think I lost my opportunity here. Let's... oh no, we got it. Yeah, pretty fancy. It's using... popping the Wiggler to change tracks with it. That's a very nice way of using that. Just to get that extra speed to get it to cross tracks in certain locations. This is going to be all about finding way to drop donuts. That's gonna be... whoa! I was too busy watching the first mole. I completely missed the second one. Didn't even watch it. Notice that there is 1 pink coin somewhere in this level. And we'll see what kind of context there is for its existence soon enough, I'm sure. Oh. I think I do need bullets to get back upstairs, don't I? Okay, down we go. Pretty safe landing on that one too. Very visible. Moles everywhere. Okay. I was trying to get around that. Should have just gone up quickly instead of letting that hop around everywhere. And create the result that it did. Yeah, that double bullet there feels pretty nice. Always consistently spaced. Just given my rather predictable pattern of movement. Whoa, not a great fall that time. Not a Humpty Dumpty moment at all. Humpty Dumpty didn't have the best summer, but he had a great fall. Okay, let's move on over here. What have we got? Okay, yeah, that guy can leave if he wants. I don't want him in the way anyway. I'd rather deal with the bullets. Can I nudge this? Yes, I can. Very good. Anyway, back out the pineapple. Arrow is going to tell me to go that way after I grab the checkpoint. I suppose we're supposed to lead this guy somewhere. Maybe that'll lead me to a coin. The fact that I've gotten a checkpoint tells me that I should explore over here. Just to see what's going on. See, there's all kinds of discovery to be made in this section that we hadn't even considered. Oh, just a bonus zone though. Nothing too special. Alright, let's lead them all. A lot of off-screen play over here. Let's keep a low bounce. Low bounce that is going to reposition the mole. Very interesting use of the winged mole as the base there to keep things pretty lively and dynamic. It's going to be very positionally dependent, of course. I have to watch where the mole is going at all times. Pay attention if it's changing its facing direction. Can I get up onto clouds up there? Yes, I can. That's not going to get me anything. Another wormy apple here. Nothing up there. Anyway, very fruity creation as we've seen all along. Whoa, okay. Should have seen that coming, given that I was standing right on top of the track that was very clearly visible the whole time. Yeah, pretty interesting sequence, that one. Requiring you to do the rodeo, just with the way those spike placements were designed. Whoops. I guess we'll be able to see it one more time. Nope. Okay, let's keep going. Like I was saying, we really do have to pay attention to whenever the mole changes direction if you just have a bit of fluctuation. I'm surprised I don't see this stacking idea more often. Almost seems like a very natural thing to do. But yeah, having them all turn back at all gets me into a pretty sizable amount of trouble. Let's actually do a few sort of medium-sized bounces here just to make sure I reposition them all horizontally. Okay, let's not die to too much of this here. Whoa, okay, that's a lot of bullets. Here we go. Now let's not stand on top of that track like we did last time. Whoa, that's too close. Much too close. Mushroom is appreciated here. I actually kind of want to launch this guy. I feel like that's a secret in the making. Oh no, that's just a main path, I think. Let's go back for more shroom. Yeah, the pipe is not actually something to enter, it's just a way of opening up the next segment. Now, I do not have a key at this point. I assume that I needed to probably kill something. I think it's quite possible to hit this guy with a brick. Ah, no, hang on. Maybe get a kill on it that way. No, hang on. Don't even need a mushroom for that if you just want to pop it. No, actually it's just going to overlap because it's on tracks, so that should be obvious. And I simply don't have something like the pink coin, so we may have just missed it. I don't know if we'll do a very thorough search. Simply because it is getting late in the stream. Okay. No risk of getting stuck here, at least. I wonder if I needed to go backwards with the mushroom somewhere, in fact. Seems entirely plausible. That if you go back through the level, there might be something that the mushroom gives you, simply because this is your one chance to use it. We'll take a quick look. The doors do allow you to go through a two-way structure here, and, you know... Oh, okay. A couple of checks against that, I suppose. Yeah, I haven't seen much evidence of anything I can do with this, so... Yeah, possibly something allowing you to sail over here. Anything? Oh, no, I'm just gonna die. Ah, yeah, no, that's just a bounce segment that we came from earlier. That's okay. I know I was right at the goal, but I was very, very curious. So we'll just prolong this slightly and redo it. Won't take long. We've seen our way to the ending. Thought that maybe it would be something to my left, but we had checked that earlier. Of course, now the difference is that I know that a mushroom is part of the progression as we get to the ending. That's valuable information. Yeah, not too much to worry about here. Standing over here, and we'll just redo the ending. Hang on. Mushroom, please. Nope, hang on. I was expecting to get a firmer bounce in that. Whoops. Still looking around for anything That might be suspicious. But let's assume no. I simply don't have the relevant coin. And may have missed it quite some time ago. Might as well check the text anyway. We had checked a brick. Nothing else seems accessible over here, so let's just take it and go. Like I said, I have not been exhaustive about the hunts anyway, so we'll just take our excellent Wiggler treats and go. Just looking ahead at what we've got, we can maybe do one or two more. Thank you for the GGs. Let me take a look at the clear rate for the next one. I don't know if I will do it yet, but it will kind of depend on what we're in for. The next one is going to be Super Danger Zone by C4ZR. Super Danger Zone looks or sounds very ominous, so let's just see what we're dealing with first. %? Can't be that bad. We'll look at it. Hopefully I don't have to bail out on it early or anything. But anyway, here's the description. Mario finds himself in one of the most dangerous castles he ever visited. Run from a barrage of exploding obstacles in this course that doesn't let you catch your breath until you finish it. Michael Bay would be proud. So, we're in for something explosive. Red Eye, I am not at 100% in Baba Is You. I am reasonably close with the main game, but I did hit a wall, which I should go back to at some point. And I haven't quite done all of the newly added patch content from last year either. I was streaming a lot of that, but I just haven't been able to fit it into the streaming schedule very much. Anyway, Natcat, you're saying this level is bananas. Well, the last level was pineapples, so I think that goes well together. And yeah, Red Knight, I certainly hope you've been enjoying your experience with that. Well, I mean, we have to go. I was holding right into that, but evidently no hesitation. Oh, it's a pure kind of cutscene chase level in some ways, except you have to bop the cannonball. Yeah, it had been a bit of a hold right level up to that point, so I think I conditioned my expectations excessively. Okay. I was holding up into that door and I somehow still missed. I know exactly what to do, it's just poor reaction time on my part. There probably is a way to kind of measure transmission time from brain to fingers. I mean, that's a basic sort of reflex measurement. I feel like that transmission time for me has definitely been going down over the years. That just comes with age, perhaps. Mind wants to do one thing, fingers take longer than usual to respond. Okay. Hold up. That's a quick checkpoint. Well, let's wait for that to retract. Notice that there are also 8 pink coins in this level. We have not collected a single one yet. So we'll have to see what that's about. That's going to push me. Nope, and I need to jump on top of the blaster. Fairly clear. Oh, there's a coin. I probably missed a whole bunch of other ones at this point already. And given how quickly everything moves, I would not be surprised if I'd already missed a ton of stuff. And then on top of the bomb, bomb is going to drop the blaster. I land on top of the blaster as a platform, and then I use that to continue. Okay. 2 coins. What do I do with this coin down here? I had to get on top of the Goomba earlier and then I jump off of that. Yeah, I had to kind of calculate that on the fly because it wasn't quite clear to me at the time how that was going to look. So yeah, possibly most of the coins start with this segment. Because I certainly didn't see any in the last one, or just didn't have my eyes peeled. Nope. Down we go. And up. You would think that by now, after the first level that we played today, jumping around those blades would be second nature, but not so much. Yeah, I do have a bit of a leftward drift when I do that, probably just from the way I'm pressing the D-pad. Whoa, okay. Ah, yeah, no, because I forgot that the landing platform is the skull, not landing on the same blaster. Bit of a reading error for me. Oh, well, that was an uncommon mistake, just getting crushed by a blaster that way. But yeah, I really am drifting out of position a little bit at certain points. No, I have to wait for the boot and I have to get on top of the boot quickly. That's the only way to get the coin. I was just doing it too slowly the one previous attempt I had at it, so... Look at that, I had a bit of a head bump on the blaster that totally threw it out of position, luckily not far enough to affect the safety of this jump, coming immediately after. Okay, there we go. Okay, I didn't quite see what was going on there, because I just saw the coin and went for it. Yeah, it is expecting you to engage with coins a certain way. Also, the head bump on the blaster is throwing me off quite a bit there. Now it's quite a ways away from you. I get the feeling that in Maker 2 that's just a straight up crush, even if you do have some space on the side like that. But I can't recall or speculate off the top of my head. Anyway, let's watch out. No, I needed to bounce high enough to get on top of that with the boot on. And to make a couple of calculations there just to account for picking up the pink coin, which, well, we'll manage it as we go. Pretty reliable method for this one, at least. No real complications. There we go. Four coins at checkpoint. I don't know if I missed any in the first section, given that... Oh! I didn't really see any at the beginning of the level, so... But it does seem suspicious that it would be at 0 going into checkpoint 1. No, you do need to land accurately, and that's the only way, otherwise... timing is too much of an issue. No, that's jumping out of the boot, obviously. Also another coin that's buried under the skewer to the right after that, so... 2 coins accounted for? Yeah, maybe these are all the coins. Okay. Oh! Didn't see the thwomp going down towards that P. I was sort of wondering what was going on there. I just need to go fast before everything drops on me. That spot. Okay. On top of the bones, and then down to the boot, and then we do a ground pound after that. Screen shake everywhere. Nope, no jumping. Let's just fall. Oops. Okay. I see that coin, and I would guess that there's a safety after that, so I think I do need to bop the cannonball on the right side and then bounce up to that pink coin, coin number 7. Okay, so all coins should be accounted for, assuming, as you would expect, that there is a safety after having coins being broken over checkpoint 2. Anyway, no real issues with the P-switch timing here. It's fairly generous. No, okay, so the coin is immediately reachable with the kind of jump I was doing, so that's not an issue. Just need to read everything while the screen is constantly shaking. Can be sometimes a bit of a challenge. I feel a little bit dizzy at the end of this, perhaps. Okay. That's going to be a bit of a threat. There we go, that's the ending right there. And there we go, 2YMM. Kind of unbelievable that was a 1% level. That's one of the easiest ones we've done today, but I think probably just given the spectacle of the design, maybe it attracted a much wider audience, including a much more casual audience. But yeah, some pretty interesting timings on a lot of those. Basically, auto-run escape sequences, where everything exploding around you. Considering the screen shake and just the overall busyness of it, it was actually very readable. Anyway, that is Super Danger Zone. So we're at, what, 39 levels complete. It might take 2 streams to do the remaining 11. Maybe it'll take one. Yeah, 11 levels remaining. Lots of pretty interesting and familiar makers coming our way, though. I think I will probably be cutting off for today. In spite of the fact that we cleared so few, we only cleared, I think, 4 levels today, mostly because of that first one taking me 3 hours. And yeah, again, for those of you who don't have the site, here it is in the chat. That was number 39. We'll continue with number 40 later this week, probably 2 days from now, but we'll see if maybe I can do a bonus session tomorrow. I wouldn't count on it, but announcements, as usual, are going to be in the Discord, and we'll hopefully be able to stream a bit more and a bit more reliably this week without quite as many delays, disruptions, reschedulings, all that stuff. But who knows? As long as I get to stream and play, and as long as we get some of you here joining me for some good company and good conversation, as always. Anyway, we'll send you off to somebody else very shortly. Likely another Maker stream, but we'll see. In the meantime, thanks for watching, and thanks for joining me on this extensive journey, especially with that first one today. And we will see you soon enough. Until then, have a great week. Have a great time at your next destination, wherever that may be, and, as usual, fare thee well.